Oh, and Moshiko, you did the virtual machine too. Yep. All right. So we are now launched up to YouTube. Let me recap what our plan for today is for the people on YouTube, just for the VOD and all that. So we did the Hacker News thing. It works. Users can use it. We even mentioned it on the marketing site. We do have some slight bugs to fix, though. We have a couple bugs. No, I duplicated some stuff in the message. Whatever. We have a couple bugs to fix. First, it seems that we're duplicating messages when someone edits one of their messages. So if someone makes a comment on Hacker News and then they edit it, we're treating that as a brand new comment, which we shouldn't be. But yeah, there's some bug we got there. But as long as we start using the platform-specific ID and platform as like their own lookup key, we should be able to do this stuff just fine. But yeah, that looks like where we left off. I need to edit the migration. We started editing the models, and yeah, we're gonna need to make sure we have some indexes. So fun stuff. All right, let me make sure I'm caught up on our chat. You once used DD on the wrong target? Ooh, brainless. Yeah, that one's brutal. Yep. All right. Let me just finish off this one last chunk of apple. Your screen started acting weird. Then you realized your mistake, but it was already too late. Yeah. And you did it 10 to 15 years ago. Brutal. Alrighty. Let's switch to the right scene. All right, so we started adding this. That was premature, though, because we need to do the migration first. All right, so then this is going to be add keyword event platform ID. Shit. Mm. Let me just copy and paste that command. Ah. Ugh. Here we go. We'll do this. Ah. I probably didn't need the dash S, but whatever. Yeah. So that ran. We should have the new file. Yep. Add keyword event platform ID. It's alter table keyword events, add platform ID, and this is a string. And that should be it. So now we just got to run the migration. All right, so then here we can do this part. Oh, and actually, that wasn't even part of the model. So we could have left that and that would have been fine. It's actually elsewhere on the keyword event that we need the platform ID as well. Oh, and we forgot to add that platform and platform ID. That looks fine now. Okay. And yeah, so I think that's enough. Was there anyone that was able to catch the Twitter space I was in earlier? It was kind of cool. Got to hang out as part of like the speaker stage with Ryan Carniato and some other people I didn't recognize, but they seem cool. Thank you for the follow just now, Charlie. Welcome. But yeah, that was fun. We got to talk about the future of full stack web dev. All right, so we've got the keyword event here. That means, though, we need to update the repository methods. All right, so list keyword events. List keyword events by org ID and keyword ID. That one's fine. Org ID, keyword ID, and platform. That's where we get the metadata. Here we're getting a single keyword event. No shit. I forgot an index. All right, hold on. All right. So yeah, we forgot the index on the migration. So yeah, searching by platform and platform ID. That should be good now. All right, so then back to keywords. We're going to add platform ID just because. But we're going to want to do a different, like, see how we're getting full keyword event? That's just by its org ID and ID. When instead, we're going to do something like this. We're going to call it so it's get keyword event by platform and platform ID. And we don't want to do the version that will raise. So yeah, this looks like the right method. Okay, so then inside of our processors, right, for all three of our like clients that we got the fire hose from Blue Sky, we got Hacker News, and we got Lobsters. In all of those, we need to do a check for the existing event ID. If we are already like, oh, we should definitely create this, we check to see if it exists first, and if it does, then we just update it. Now, the weirder part is that, yeah, we're doing the contents of these things in a separate table, which is fine because we're still using the event ID as the foreign key between those things. So we shouldn't need any extra stuff. Yeah, that should be good. All right, so let's do it first for this. So we're doing a get message here. Where's that happening, though? Okay, so we call extract message. That's right. So then we match and notify. And I believe messages, match, and notify. So if we make this part work just right, all of the other listeners work. So we did this abstraction the right way. It's nice. Pretty proud of myself. All right, so then if we have matched all parts, this is where we do that. So here we want to do a case. I think I'm going to want to double check this part. And, oh, I think this reminds me that we don't have an update. So I guess here's the nice part. We still do need to update the snippet. Like if someone edits it. I was going to think that maybe we didn't need to recreate this if it already existed. Or we didn't need to update it, but I think we still do. But that chunk goes away. Right, and this is where we do the event of the notification. Yeah, so that one stays the way that's going to be. So it's really just creating the event content versus updating the event content, as well as creating the keyword event and updating the keyword event. So this part's going to move. All right. And yes, we've got errors there because keyword event, we didn't fetch it properly yet. We'll let that be an error for now, though. One thing we're missing. Here it is, keywords. I don't know if we have an update. So yeah, creating the keyword event, sure. Updating the keyword event. And based on what we did here, it does mean that we have to pass all these values, which I think is fine. The part that I'm less sure of, let's see. We're doing that in the matcher. I can't remember if this is going to be like the okay or error stuff, or if it's just going to be the value. We should be able to look that up, though. So I just want to do this so I have a marker in the file. Yeah, repo.1. Okay, returns nil. It raises if there's more than one. Got it. Okay, so it's either nil or the result. Cool. So it's not going to be the okay stuff. Meanwhile, this... Yeah, this raises an error in all cases. Yep. Elixir 1.19 is live. Is there any reason I should update? And what's up, Celestial? How you doing? Mostly type checking and some performance improvements. Okay. I mean, it might be worth it for the type checking then, huh? You're on a biological kick. I don't know what that means. But okay. Okay, a couple years ago, you saw a spider in your room. You found it fascinating. Okay. Now you want to build an enclosure and have a spider? Cool. I'm glad people like that exist. I'm definitely not one of them, though. I mean, yeah, I know that. Sure. But I've also been in my living room at like 1 a.m. and heard one walking on the carpet. So, yeah, no, they don't get any leeway from me. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, well, I could name him. He was whatever ended up in the vacuum. Let's see. Which album? Yeah, this one's good. Oh, that apple was good. I needed that. Needed something in my belly. There you go, Celestial. All right. So, yeah, updating a keyword event should work fine. We just got to make sure we pass everything that they care about. All right, and then this would be the update keyword event. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's me. Oh, okay. So I don't think I need to pass every little thing. Yeah, we just need to pass the snippet. Okay, so one more thing though. So here we go. Keyword event content. When we do an insert here, it's going to be the okay or error. So inserts do the okay or error thing. Got it. Updates do too. Okay. So I think here, all we need to do then is the update. All right, and then from here, yeah, we need to either update or delete. And what's up, Todd? How you doing? I might be your brother, Celestial. Yep. What's up, Zoria? How you doing? All right, so if it's nil, then we know we need to create it, and we go and do that. They're just two spaces, same as they've always been. Getting ready for the speaker dinner. Ooh, that's always my favorite part. Just getting to hang out with everyone. All right, so then avatar, handle, display name, link. None of those should need an update. It's just this. The food down there is good. Nice. Like, what's like the best cuisine? Southern soul food. Nice. Yeah, yeah. What's your talk about? I'm gonna guess accessibility. And man, sorry, give me a second. I gotta blow my nose. There we go. Sorry. You know that like fresh out of the shower feeling when it's all just too gunky in there? I hate that feeling. Okay, safety and deception and how deceptive patterns affect accessibility. Oh, that's fun. Made with Slidev. Yeah, Slidev's really good. I don't know if you saw as well, but Aunt Fu liked the feature idea I gave him. I don't know if he's created the PR for it yet, but he started work on it. Yeah, I'm pumped on it. Yeah, the way he's doing it is interesting too. And what's up, Finite? What are you up to? Sorry I couldn't stick around long during your stream earlier. I had to hop into like a Twitter space for some JS Nation stuff. And I still haven't sent you those photos, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Yep. Looking up and seeing bottom? Wait, what does that mean? That must be some Midwest thing. I don't know what that means. Like my brain. Okay. The pile of stuff you have to do. Okay, yep. That makes more sense. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I get it. Yeah, it's how it always is, isn't it? Go on a long trip and, you know, enjoy a vacation, but then realize you just got so much stuff to do when you get back. Yep. All right, so yeah. Especially when the trip adds things to the list, too. Yep. Yeah. Enjoy your dinner. Yep. I hope your talk goes really well. And yeah, we'll see you soon. All right, so here's the thing. We haven't actually fetched the keyword event content. We could just do a fetch and update it. I know there's got to be an upsert, right? There is not an upsert. I find that to be really lacking. I guess under the hood, an upsert would probably do the same thing, though, right? Yeah, I thought it had upserts, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh, it's the on conflict thing. Okay. Okay. Oh, and I didn't realize Postgres didn't support upsert by default. What version of Postgres am I on? I think we're on like 10 something, right? 17. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right, so then here, this would be conflict target, but not link. It would be keyword ID. All right, so then, all right, if our keyword ID, it wouldn't just be keyword ID. Oh, it would be keyword event ID. Yeah, because this is a one-to-one mapping between those. Donkey Kong / Sonic vibes? Yeah. Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, all right. So if we go back to here, right, we'll pass all these same things. But again, we don't need to duplicate it. So let me do this. Keyword event, totally different thing. All right, so we create the keyword event. If it's not there, we update it otherwise. And then finally, we return this and we use keyword event ID and we just do this part once. So then I think we're good. Now, the interesting part is we're going to end up duplicating events on Lobsters and Hacker News because we don't have the platform ID set within those. I don't think we don't have any paying users right now. So it's probably not a big deal. Do we think there's a way that we could make that work right otherwise? I don't think so, because we just weren't tracking the right thing. Right? Like now that we're doing platform ID, we have the unique ID from the platform, but we weren't doing that before. Which was a mistake. It was a miss. Should have thought about that ahead of time, but we didn't. And a 3D factor. Thanks for the bits. How you doing? Yeah. All right. So that part works for me. There are still two places we're not passing the platform ID though. So processor right here. We got platform for the message, but we don't have platform ID. And is it actually item.id? I think it's GUID. And hold on, let me read what you just wrote. All right, so that's for comments. This is for posts. New, most recent is not what we want. It is item GUID value. Cool. And yeah, let me see that comment here in a second. Let me just finish typing out this malarkey. Okay. What did you type? You're experimenting with open code from Dex and it's blowing your mind. What's blowing your mind about it? I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, yeah, I'm curious what your big takeaway is. All right, so the lobster stuff, we're good. I think Hacker News, we are not done yet. Oh, hold on. I wanted to go to the next one. Whatever. It's a little more complicated than I was hoping. We'll just do this. All right. So then, yeah, for Hacker News, we're doing comments and posts using the same like handle page function. So that makes that a little easier there. And then Firehose. I think we did Firehose already. No, we didn't. All right. So yeah, this is the part where we got to think about which ID from the fire hose makes the most sense. So first, oh, hold on. Let me read what you're writing. First, it's truly open, very easy API to do your own way if dealing with AI agents. So far, it was great for documenting stuff and finding resource-hungry issues that could be optimized. Since you work on mostly front-end animations and stuff, AI is not much help for visual stuff just yet. But it's becoming real easy to delegate menial tasks to AI, especially when you need to analyze a big code base. Sure. Yeah, makes sense. I should probably do more of it. I don't know. I really like having. I really like having like a mental model. And I feel like the more I prompt for anything, the less of the model I actually maintain. Just need to reply to this one email. Cool. Okay. More music. Oh. Okay, there we go. So, let's see. So you get that it's different for you because you usually come in on already pre-made code bases to do your thing. On top of it, having AI explain the structure of it makes your job easier. You're a motion coder, making things move with code from web to robots and light shows. Gotcha. Yeah, and I don't do any of that stuff. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Like if I needed to add some crazy cool animation stuff to my web app, it wouldn't be me doing it. That's for sure. I suck at that stuff. But Vardens, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, so here's something I want to do real quick. I'm going to create just a whole new one of these. We'll update on my Zish, because why not? Oh, interesting that this one's smooth. I thought they used the same animation. I thought they used the same exact shader for all tabs, but it looks like they don't. I'm just so surprised that this shader doesn't let us reset it. But we can always change the shader. Like, it's just weird how it's bouncy like that, right? Yeah, let's do that. That's going to annoy me all day. What shader should we switch to? They still haven't done the rendering previews. So I'll just do mine. That's exactly it. Yeah, it's like some kind of like number overflow. And it happens all the time, but for some reason, number one, it's different between each tab. When I kind of figured they'd just reuse the same shader. I don't think I expected them to use a different instance of the shader. I don't know if that's really the platform ID I want to do. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. But yeah, let's look at some of these pre-renders. Oh, there's always the DVD. So you can see live updates beneath as you code. Yeah, that works. Oh, we're gonna go back to Night Drive. Dude, Night Drive is the best one. Hello? Oh, well, that was weird. There we go. God, that one's just so good. That one's just so good. Oh, but interestingly enough, it doesn't allow us to reset the shader anymore? I think they just broke that. Yeah, reloading the config no longer actually reloads the shader. Oh, that's bullshit. Damn it. Give me an update already. Fix that shit. Yeah, I don't know. The more I use Ghosty, the more I start to question Mitchell Hashimoto's actual vibe coding approach. Or whatever you want to call it. Because it, like, stuff like this breaks all the time. Like, I get it, it's still early, but it used to work. No, you definitely can. He's the one who's making the commit. No, that's not that at all, right? Like, so basically, I assume you know how shaders work, but it's basically just ticking a number on every render, right? And then the math is done based on that number. When you have a long-lived tab, that's when the number starts overflowing and creating these artifacts. But the brand new one doesn't, because it doesn't have that number hitting some upper bound. But the idea is, like, in the past, you used to be able to reload your configuration by doing Apple Shift, comma, and it would actually reset that number that ticks. So it's actually just a problem with, like, that number is no longer getting reset when we reload our config. All right, this is how it should look. I just didn't realize that the number was unique per tab. I thought it was a global number. And maybe it used to be. Yep. Yeah, it's on the shader writers. Yeah, you're not wrong there. And there's probably something we could do to fix it. I've just noticed that it happens with every single shader, right? It happens with the Matrix one. It happens with this one. It happens with the bouncing character one. Like, it's just, I wouldn't expect every single shader to fuck up that way. And to me, that hints at the fact that the shader is just being given that key value. Once the number gets large enough, you're not going to be able to modulo it because you're losing the fidelity of it, right? So I still think it's something to do with the shader implementation in Ghosty. Yes, I think so. But you know what? He's a billionaire. He doesn't have to care what we think. It just so happens that whenever I hear someone talking about how their process is so sophisticated and they're just making sure everything's correct, it turns out they're not making sure everything's correct, even though they're saying they are. Because they're not actually involved in the creation of the code. Like, they've become the middle manager at that point. And we all hate middle managers, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he was never that good of a coder anyway. He just knew how to build a business, which is a skill that should be, applauded for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious about it. Yeah, it's not like it matters. I just find it interesting, right? Like, based on that memory leak regression he had last week or the week before, based on what we're seeing as something that, like, why should that have changed? Like, it used to be that it was the same shader instance between tabs, or at least like the same tick. Now there's a tick per tab. What does that benefit? But whatever. It's not a big deal. This is Ghosty. That's why we're talking about Mitchell Hashimoto. Different shaders for different terminal context. I mean, it's still one shader implementation though, right? Like, it's just custom shader. But yes, maybe he's trying to do that incrementally instead of as one big feature. I still, like, personally, I think it should be one feature, right? It should be its own branch that tackles the shader stuff. But whatever. It may even be part of like the Windows save state. But I want it to save the state. So yeah, I don't know. I just think there needs to be more config. Like, I'd love it if I could pass a list of shaders. So that's most likely where it came from. And it's not just context aware, it's that shaders now have access to the cursor location. Yes, cursor position is something he absolutely has as a feature that they shipped. And that's where I think he ended up breaking the tick value. So yes, they did recently ship cursor position as something you have access to in the shader. Okay, so what I wanted to do here though was I forget what command. PNPM fiddle maybe? Yeah, so this gets us just the first message. So we can fiddle with it and see what's going on. I think it is a single message. Looks like we do a few of them. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so I think it's gotta be the DID. And I would guess R key might be like the revision ID. I don't know. Maybe we want to do the commit ID. Yeah, this one's good. Oh, hold on, hold on. Okay, the DID is the person that posted it. Got it. Okay. The commit, I think, is what we're looking for. Yeah, CID is the value we care about. Okay. So then, yeah, instead of this, ooh, we probably do want to handle the commit stuff at some point too. But hold on. Wait, we just saw commit operation. Okay, delete, nil, whatever, right? So we could do it on the raw or the message itself. I don't think that part matters as much. Yeah, I'd say we're good there. All right, let me just double check all the places that we are creating these message values. All right, so Firehose for the blue sky stuff. Yep. Hacker News, we're passing platform and platform ID. Yep. Yeah. So this is definitely like where we run into a bit of an issue. So we have this table called RSS history. And in that, we're tracking the latest IDs. For how we have to query Hacker News, their query is the posts since a certain timestamp. And because of that, I think also I don't want to do that. We want to do greater than. But we want, yeah, most recent ID. Yep. No, so this is good. We want it to be exclusively greater than. Yeah, okay. Yep, no, that's correct. So we'll go through, and even if they end up having the same timestamp, right? Two messages could have been posted at the exact same timestamp. So we just let it go. Okay. Yeah, no, so that's right to me. All right, so then the lobster's processor, we generate the message that way. Yeah, that all looks good to me. All right, so let's spin it up. Oh. Did I forget to migrate? Yeah, so we didn't forget to migrate. What is this error then? Oh, and Hunar, what's up? You were wrong yesterday. You thought it was storage that was the issue. It turned out it was DNS. Yeah, it's always DNS. Hunar, you know the haiku, right? Right? It's not DNS. There's no way it's DNS. It was DNS. All right, so we got to wait for that error message. We might be able to scroll up and find it. It was complaining about the conflict thing. So it's our on conflict handler. There it is. So there is no unique or exclusion constraint matching the on conflict specification. What's up, Unplug? Did I see the latest move from Minio? They switched to source only and not updating the Docker image, even if a CVE was discovered. Can you ask what I suggest for S3 self-hosted? Oh, Minio was the chosen one. I'm not sure. Yeah, as far as like self-hosted, yeah, I don't know, man. Garage HQ, maybe? Oh, funding ran out 3 years ago, so yeah, probably not ideal, but we can look. Seth can do it, but then you're doing Seth. Yeah. Yeah, looks like Garage might be the move. Last month, last week. Yeah, it's kept up to date. Yes, Unplug. Garage might be the best option. Oh, so you've tried Garage and it's just too slow? Hmm. That's not good. Someone mentioned Seaweed FS. There is Rust FS, but experimental. Yeah, I assume you saw Seaweed FS already too, but definitely there. You tried it, but it's just not usable for your use case, splitting every file and doing a lot of magic. Got it. Man, that really sucks that Minio shit the bed. And then hold on. So Hunar. Uh Okay, so you hate how React hated to publish type definitions because they use Flow and TypeScript isn't their problem. Like that ship has sailed. TypeScript won whether we like it or not. Yeah, I gave a talk about that at Commit Your Code conference, basically. Yep. Yep. Yeah, so Seth, Minio, Gluster FS may be worth it. Yeah, I don't know. Even if it's slower, they won't rug pull like Minio did. Yeah. Yeah, that's a shame. Like, what's their issue? Are they just trying to go, like, commercial? Is that it? Like, did they get bought by someone? Yeah, yeah, welcome Four Wheel. I bet you know this stuff way better than I do. Yeah, it almost seems like Minio got bought by someone. Uh, no, they're just going all in on their AI store bullshit. I know exactly, Chars. Yep. They're doing some kind of pivot. I mean, it does look like the Docker file got updated 3 days ago. Like some of these others haven't, but yeah, I mean the CI/CD and the Scratch and some of those. That's gnarly. This is probably just like the dev Docker container. Oh, I see what you're saying. So they're not pushing to the registry anymore. They are source only. That's what you meant by that. Ah, okay. And what's up, Hunar? So type erasure, like type stripping, I'm guessing, is what you mean? Got it. Yep. Yeah, they're even polluting this library with all their AI store bullshit. Yeah, it is a weird choice. Yeah, I think so too. Let me get more music going. I mean, does anything prevent someone else from just stepping in and do the publish? Right? You can just create your own like org on the Docker registry, take their source only build and publish it. Problem solved. You could be the hero you need. Yeah. All right. What's the quote? All evil needs to flourish is for good people to do nothing. I know that's like I messed up the quote slightly, but I got the intent. Others already did. Okay. Their license is AGPL. They rug pulled most of the admin UI a few months ago. Ah, sure. Okay, I get that. Why would they pull the admin UI? Like, yeah, a lot of that just sounds really weird. Just shady business stuff. Did they just change CEO or some shit? Some bean counter being a dipshit? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so we do get this error. I think, let's just double check what Gemini has to say about it. I think I'm missing some type of declaration or index. But let's just see what Gemini and T3 have to say. Yeah, so on conflict is used with insert. Yep. Yep. Oh, I didn't set the unique constraint. Yeah, I just did a regular index. That would be it. That would be it. Or is it? No, we want to do that. I thought because it's a foreign key, it would be implied. Yeah. Like, maybe I have the wrong on conflict target, but we're doing it based on the key. Oh, we want keyword event ID, though. Oh, no. Hold on. I still feel like the foreign key should imply... No, it wouldn't imply unique. Never mind, because you can do the one-to-many. So by making that unique in keyword event content, then we're good. And we do still want an index on keyword event for the platform and platform ID, because we are querying by that, doing a getter. Yeah, okay. So that should do it for us. Ah, shit. Hold on. So it's... Is it just keyword event content? Did I mess that up? It is just keyword event content, not contents. Well, that's easy enough. Yeah, right? No, so that already exists because it's the foreign key. So now let me double check this. Okay, so hold on. They don't tell us exactly which ones of these it was. We do see it's happening in the Hacker News thing. We get to match and notify line 68. So they're talking about here, right? Keywords, create keyword event content. So it's definitely this call. And conflict target, keyword event ID. But what we're trying to name it, what is an exclusion constraint? I think I'm not familiar with that in SQL. All right, so I don't think it's exclusion that we care about. Right, so we are setting foreign key, but we're not setting unique. Where's the right place to set it? Ecto 1-to-1. So, yeah, I wonder if my migration is the issue. Let's go look at the migrations and see the place that we created it the first time. Okay. Um. Yeah, so this is our flaw. So we want to drop that index and then create the unique index. Okay, so we should be able to let this run for a bit and not get that error that we were just seeing. We'll give it a sec while we pour some more water. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like we might be good now. Interesting. So that range value is weird. Yeah, I mean, Elixir doesn't really do the exit code one thing. That's kind of the whole point. Right? Like, even when this happened, it was just an error. It didn't actually stop execution. Like, the idea is that any task or process or whatever in Elixir can die without killing your server. If you're able to compile, then you're able to basically run indefinitely, but maybe with some errors. I'm not saying that's a 100% thing, but you get way more leniency that way. And that's like a big part of the problem. Like, that's a big part of the selling point of Elixir is let it fail. If that process dies, it dies, but everything else stays going, which is valuable. You might have found a really interesting project called Versity. I don't think I've heard of Versity. I'm guessing this is it, right? Oh, interesting. Versity is used by a lot of universities. That's just fun. That's just kind of fun. Oh, there's an S3 tape archive engine? Interesting. So yeah, they handle all sorts of really cool stuff. No, this seems legit. Yeah, and you're talking the Versity Gateway. This is the thing you were talking about? Okay, come on, music. That was not the end of the album. Why'd it stop playing? Yeah, that was weird. Ah, shit. All right, so what failed here? No match of right-hand side value for Lobster's comments. All right, so we're not looking for that error value. What caused that error value? So we see it at line 67 of our processor. Oh, and then it gets into match and notify. Oh, looks like we're running into the posted at value not being accurate. What's up, Aaron? Here's our today command. And yeah, I duplicated a sentence in that command. I'm too lazy to fix it. All right, so it basically wasn't able to pass or cast the posted at value. And what's up, Jai? How you doing? Okay, so my thought here, we don't know which one of these we made it into. Actually, if we go look, yeah, item failed to parse date. Oh, so yes, nice. So we're unable to parse that date. And the date that we were trying to parse was Item published. And if it was good to go, we're solid. If not, we do this. And I think in some rare cases, this is still failing us. Yeah, and one part is that we don't see the published value, we just see pub date. Oh, and we're seeing a bunch of these failed to parse dates. So it's actually working in most cases until it gets to here. So I think a big part of the problem then, and I'm not actually sure that this is still running. So this may be part of the, like if it fails stuff. I wonder if this gen server actually died. Yet to me, this looks like a valid date. I don't understand why it wouldn't be parsing right. Hmm. Yeah, is there a way to check if that gen server's still running? Oh, that's a good call, Brainless. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping to just see it error out again, but yeah, how would I do that? I'm guessing it's some command I do with IEX here. All right, so gen server. So hold on. So right here, gen server lobsters comments. That's what I'd be looking for then, right? Right, so if that's failing, that would assume that it's probably dead, right? Yeah, it's something that we're not creating. That's something that was done by the RSS library that we're using. Yep. Okay, so that is dying on us. Does the code live in our server? The way we do it is we implement these. So we start a link, and that calls our callback. And we decide how often that happens. So it's basically just like an RSS library that abstracts that part out from us. Which makes me think, yes, the name we're giving it is the PID theoretically. Wait, say that again, Brainless? Did you mean now that is dying? I mean, but yes, if I'm not able to get the PID, then what does it matter? Right? So we can get a PID here, but before it was nil. If that's nil, I would guess that the gen server is dead. Oh, I see. Yeah, so we've identified that the gen server is dying. And yeah, this is inside of live RSS. Now, we do actually control this library because we forked live RSS to use a faster RSS implementation. So we could modify this if we needed to, or we can just try and prevent the gen server from raising an error, like inside of it. And yeah, this explains why it takes so long for us to see a result. I just need to put it under a supervisor. Okay. Oop, not what I wanted. So we do have it under the children. So it is technically under a supervisor. But are you saying I should create a separate supervisor for those two things? And just wondering why it died? Yeah, I would guess that the RSS library just doesn't send the right signal to make it restart. That would be the job of the supervisor itself. Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of what I thought too. Oh, okay, hold on. So this gives us an okay value. Right, so I basically want to destructure the okay and the posted at because this is doing this. All right. And then I think we're good to go. So we at least have figured out what the exact error was there. Manually kill the process that was running? Okay. I'm going to guess it's on kernel, maybe? No, maybe not. I don't think I want to do stop, do I? Oh, process.exit with the kill thing. Okay. Yeah, that seems weird. Yeah, my one guess is that maybe we need to wait for the next tick of the timer. And we're doing comments, I think, every minute. Oh, every 5 minutes. Hmm. Well, let's look at some of this. So that one looks good. I think that one looks good. I got a quick question. How do you feel about this part where I'm destructuring that? Is that gross? I should at least leave a comment. Right, something like that. This does still feel kind of gross, but whatever. I guess one thing we could do is we could just make it posted at. So we could just do this. I feel like that's okay. No, before the last line was absolutely necessary. So, yeah. Like, as an example, this right here was giving us the okay, and I had this as, like... Here, let me just block it out. Just to show you. I was doing this, right? And that was a problem. Right? Because this, the timex.parse, actually gives us a shape that looks like this, which means we were nesting the OK tuple inside of another OK tuple. So that's why we ended up splitting it out into this line, so I could destructure the OK away. But I still wanted to maybe match on that value properly. Like, realistically, I could just return... Could have just returned that directly, right? Oh, you're saying I could have just done that. Oh. Okay, I didn't think about that. Yeah, for some reason I thought it... I didn't know what it was going to actually return. So yeah, we can just do that. And then I guess realistically, we don't need the OK anymore. Like, we don't need to do an assignment here. By doing the pattern match, it's kind of nice still, though. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's see. So, did this kick off again? Still nil. Yeah, so I think something about how the library we're using is starting that gen server. It's not properly setting it up to restart, which is totally broken, right? So in this case, if we just make sure that we don't raise, then we don't kill that gen server, and then it's fine. But realistically, there's probably something we could do better inside of the library that we forked. If you're curious about it, you can take a look, you know. But no worries if not. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, just in case you're curious. Don't feel obligated to look any deeper, but yeah. I basically forked it so I could use a different base level RSS parser. So yeah, I'm not using Feeder EX anymore. I'm using Fast RSS. But I didn't update anything in the docs. Because whatever. Yeah, you don't have to. It's not a big deal. But yeah, I mean, it would just be nice to fix that anyway. And what's up, Owen? I have the dashboard. You mean like the live dashboard? Yeah. Somewhere. Would it actually show up in here? Is it like inside applications or something? Oh, it is, I bet. Oh, you're saying processes, not applications, though? Okay. So in production, it's running. And that's one way we could actually check to see in the future if it doesn't die and all that. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't thought about the processes tab. I guess, what's the big difference between processes and applications? Like, I would think that most applications are a process, but it's really more like, are they creating their own supervisor? Whereas processes don't have that because they're managed by a supervisor. Does that sound right? It's not quite the same because not all of these have their own supervision tree. Is this more like these are the applications that are like, it's in that one file, right? So here in application, it's basically this and then everything else that those start, right? But I do notice I don't see... Oh, we do see Pancreas. No, and I get that. That's fine. Oh, I hadn't seen this visualization before. Oh, this is cool. And then this shows you like where the supervisors have the processes they manage. You can click into that and then see the process. Damn, okay. Yeah, the dashboard's way more fully featured than I thought. This is nice. So I'll be able to use this for like live debugging in the future. Well, I mean, it's still the same thing. Like, it's still like, these are all of the processes, all 592 of them. But if you want to see, like, the top level things and then dig into their processes that are associated with that application, this is where you'd get to that. That's cool. Like, if we were to click, I don't know, let's say, What's one that would make sense, right? JSON here, right? You can't click into them. Oh, so you can only click in if it has a supervisor tree. Okay. Dude, yeah, this dashboard is slick, man. Yeah, this dashboard's slick. So wait, I'm using rec. What is using mint? Is there a good way to inspect what might have brought in mint? It's in the lock file. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right, so it looks like Finch, maybe? Oh, so rec actually uses Finch, which uses mint. Got it. Okay. So rec is probably just a cleaner abstraction for like a consumer of the library. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's continue our code review. We fixed that bit. Pass comment ID there. We do that part and that part. This part gets a bit messy, but it's not that big a deal. And what's up, Tony? How you doing? Yeah, so I'd say we're good. And is this a feat or a fix? I'd say it's a feat. It's a fix. Um, and thanks, Tony. Yeah, this is some good music. Okay. You're reading the metaprogramming book by Chris McCord the other day, and that reminded me of me because there is an example in the book for creating a while macro. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I haven't read that book. I heard it's good, though. God, my shoulder needs to pop. All right, so we got that feature pushed up. Did we have a task? Hacker News comment events get duplicated when edited. We'll say done. Anything wrong with that would just be a bug that we fix. And what's up, Olivia? Now, I'm not sure this lobsters one is actually accurate anymore. Okay, so let's think about how platform filtering might work in our dashboard. Let's close some tabs, actually, too. Yes, server is down. That. There we go. Time to raid the kitchen. Ooh, there you go. What you gonna have? I'm on the fence about what I want to eat tonight. I should go low calorie. But I could do that tomorrow, too. I could do low calorie 2 days in a row. But pasta sauce and some sausage sounds pretty good. Like, you know, not just pasta sauce and sausage, but like one of the pastas I got. It'll either be like the rotini or I could just do plain old spaghetti. But yeah, I did pick up some stuff for that. And the sausage is good. I'll number crunch the calories later. We'll see. I should go low calorie for at least a few days this week. You know, when I go traveling, I put on the pounds because I do not eat well. Like, I eat well, but I probably eat too much. Whatever. You'll likely get a yogurt and caramel flavored flan. Okay. Yeah, if I was going to go low calorie tonight, I would do like a bone broth, like beverage, and yogurt with chia and hemp seeds. It's low calorie but high protein. A lot of vitamins, fiber, all that BS. Could be a decent option. All right, so yeah, let's at least get the front end sorted in our desktop. Honestly, even if we do the filtering, it's going to involve front end and back end stuff. Yeah. Well, it definitely won't be in the marketing site. Let's go look at our dashboard and the page that it would be on. It's going to be at the route level. It is the events page, and yeah, let's look at what that UI would look like. So it's this page. We've got 564 unread messages, 0 read. It seems like all of them so far are Y Combinator. Let me double check that. It's the word foo. We go to keywords. So hold on, we got a bug there for sure. But we are seeing that as a day ago. Here's what we'll do. All right, so we do see a good mix in here. Yeah, this might be better. So I'll just add lobsters. Oh, lobsters is in that one. Yeah, this person's not wrong. Yeah, Ghosty is rife with bugs in text rendering, text input, layout, window sizing, and sometimes hard freezes for 30 seconds. But all this is still somehow pissing me off less than iTerm just forgetting which screen my windows were on. Yep. Yep. Now, that's actually just their name. You got bamboozled there, Kenny. Okay, so here's the problem, though. We don't have Y Combinator set up for this. So we shouldn't be seeing Y Combinator for this one, but let me do this. We're going to reset some stuff. Start fresh. I can leave mine because they don't get mentioned much. All right, so I want to get a lot of these events. So any second now, we should see Ghosty and LLM populate with those events. Oh, and sorry, Kenny, because it's Hacker News. No, that was on Blue Sky. Unless you're talking about like the bug that I think I'm seeing right now. It might be nice to add polling to this page. Oh, you're talking about the bug? Okay. Depends on which platform. So Adelaide, we've spoken to the guy that maintains Lobsters, and the timers that we've set, he's totally fine with because they don't move nearly quickly enough. Blue Sky, you can listen to the entire fire hose as just a WebSocket. They also don't care. And then finally, Hacker News. Hacker News has their entire thing indexed by Algolia, and Algolia has a very clear amount of requests you can make per hour. It's 10,000. I'm not going to exceed 10,000 requests to their API because of how I'm searching. In the future, we may have different concerns for other platforms. For the 3 that we have so far, we're totally fine. All right, so we know that that one's running. We don't get any Lobsters events mixed into here, though, and we should. It does look like we're deduping these things properly, though. At least from what I can tell. Yeah, just a little bummed we're not getting any lobsters event. One thing I'll do right now, though, is I wish this page was, like, updating. So we'll add some polling. I think I'm fine with that. It's probably where we want to do some, like, use callback stuff. Okay, so no, this is this page. Sorry. So it's actually keywords, not events. I think events would be trickier, but keywords we can keep fetching. And we don't want timeout. We want interval. Oop. Right, and then every 5 seconds? I don't know. Maybe every 10? And I'm surprised the word LLM doesn't move quicker on Blue Sky. Like, I feel like we should be seeing that value go up. We should do the key. All right. Let's go fix that at least. Oh, and this was just at 36. Okay, cool. I just want to like see it. Hey, all right, there we go. And yeah, we really shouldn't be seeing that much load from a 10-second polling. And I think it's still less effort than worrying about WebSockets. Yeah, exactly. And even 1,000 people doing a fetch like that, if your server dies with 1,000 people, you really didn't build it right. Like it wouldn't be any different from them just like 1,000 people concurrently just using the pages, right? I don't remember what the password is locally. E. Definitely hid those values. Yep, foo and bar. So that's easy enough. Okay, cool. And yeah, so we're not spiking too high. Let me get more music going. Remember if I liked this album. Oh, this is kind of fun. I like this one. You like this song, Jar Sauce? Yeah, we just don't get any lobsters events, and that to me just seems way off. Oh, 90s hold music? Damn right. Yeah, I just think comments don't move quick enough here. And what's up, Pedro? How you doing? Going strong? Yeah, we're chilling. Might be whiskey time here in a minute, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's not a big rush. Oh, sorry. One second. And yeah, Lobsters is basically just an open source Hacker News. It definitely moves a lot slower, but it's a cool community. I feel like people are more forgiving on Lobsters. You know, like people talk to you more like a human being rather than like talking down to you. And it's not that everyone does that on Hacker News, but because there's so many more people, they seem more common. All right. So, yeah, I mean, let's just make a quick commit for that polling because I think that was valuable. Fix, fetch. But yeah, Adelaide, you can do links in the future. It caught that one as a link, which it technically was. But yeah. This is like if Phil Collins wrote game music. Yeah, I could see that. I took it as one. Yeah, for sure. Yep. All right. So that is now pushed up. Oh, and man, I forgot to shave today. Yeah, so we'll just assume the lobsters thing will work eventually. What we probably want to do next is when we're fetching the list of events, we probably want to fetch the stats as well. Yeah, let's look at the stats we're fetching on the events page here. So it's definitely this one. And it's really just where we're fetching this. So it comes back on the keyword events endpoint. Let's go look at that endpoint. Oh, shit. So I even had it set up for platform specific. We just don't have that filter anywhere on the page yet. Man, good job, me. Thinking ahead and shit. Yeah, good job, me. Um, so here's the big thing, though, right? We fetch this, we get keyword events by that, and we call it good. But we want to look at how we're getting. Like the number values? Ooh. Oh, keyword event totals. Ah, I was missing that part. So get keyword event totals is the one we care about. Keyword event metadata is probably it. We just call it totals at the endpoint level. So what we could do here so we're doing from keyword in keywords. So we could loop over the platforms and then do basically this too. And what's up, Fallen? How you doing, Mr. Sir? They're good. We're just thinking about how we can add platform filtering and how we might want to do that. Let me reshuffle this. We're going to have to do front end and back end for it, but if we can get the data, that would help us first. So my thought is I might want to break these down into like where would this live on the page? Let's think about like the UI element. We could just have a drop down for read and unread. What if we make it like a drop down on the left here? Like technically unread and read move over. And then we would have our selector, and it would have the one that we care about, either all, blue sky, whatever. On the front end, we could determine, well, we would only show that drop down if we have more than one platform we support for the keyword. And when you select the platform, maybe it shows like the numbers for that platform in the dropdown. And then once you click it, it moves over, like it changes the unread and read values based upon like the selected platform. That is like more clicks than someone might want, but I think you'd have to do that anyway. Once we get to like a bunch of other filter types, we may want to just have like a, you've changed the filters, you click you know, you can click and change as many as you want, but it doesn't actually refresh until you click a set filters button. I don't think we're at that point yet, though. So wait, what is Metcalfe's law? Now I'm just getting distracted by the news articles. But whatever, we got time. All right, the financial value or influence of a telecommunications network is proportional to the square of the number connected users of the system. So it was gauged in terms of not users, but compatible devices. Oh, right. So this is smart. An example would be fax machines. A single fax machine on its own is useless, but the value of every fax machine increases with the number of fax machines in the network. Because the total number of people with whom, is that users? I'm going to say users, may send and receive documents increases. This is a common illustration to explain network effect. Thus, any social network, the greater the number of users with the service, the more valuable the service becomes to the community. Yeah, it's user. Yep. Have you never seen Sans Bullshit Sans? It is quite possibly the greatest font to browse Wikipedia with. Right? Big data becomes bullshit. The cloud becomes bullshit. Creates a paradigm shift is bull fucking shit. Right? It gets really good. Just if you're giving presentations, maybe turn the font off because it can be a little distracting when you're doing like a slide presentation and you forgot about it. Don't ask me how I know. Or do. It was the Manning Rust conference. Like during COVID, like 2021, I think. I scrambled a little bit, but it was fine. That was the one that had all the good Rust puns, or puns for the word you, Y-E-W. Yep. Yeah, that was a good one. But okay, cool. Yeah, I had not heard of that law. That was nifty. Metcalfe's law. Okay, so kind of back to it. So I think here's one thing that might be cool. Um, when the user's on this page, we could refetch our totals values, and if the totals values change, then we can prompt them to reload. The key is like when they do change, we have to account for maybe it's just the absolute total. And if that value just changes, then we show it. So it's just the total of unread and read. Because then we don't have to worry about like updating the original values as we like change things to read and unread, like we could for this one. But we do end up doing a fetch. I think we have to do that fetch though. Oh, but the problem is we don't refetch the totals. Hmm. Yeah, this could be really annoying as like a user experience. If the user is on this page and they're marking things as read, do we actually want them to get the full up-to-date list as they come in? I think that becomes tougher. Like you lose your place. So maybe we need to have like a bulk edit tool. So maybe like a button up here somewhere. You click bulk edit. A checkbox shows next to each one. You click the checkbox for it. Yeah, I don't know. I think the bulk editing is going to be a later step. I don't think we need that right now. That was the end of that album. Let's get another one going, though. Ooh, it is after 5. We could have a whiskey, too. My stomach's a little topsy-turvy at the moment, so I don't want to overdo it. But I do like the idea of filtering by platform. Yeah, I don't know that song. I don't actually know any of the Weeknd songs. I'm sure I've heard at least one. I just wouldn't be able to tell you what it is. You know, like he's the kind of artist that gets played in like the grocery store and shit, right? What was that? Okay, interesting. All right, so yeah, let's keep going. I'm still just trying to think about like the right way to filter based on platform. I do think a drop down on the left is the right move. But only if we have more than one platform per keyword. Now, the way we have to figure that out is we need to update how the data gets fetched. So then, yeah. So I guess the big thing is we can return all the values. But I almost want to do it as like an array. So, like prototyping wise, I'd want to do something like this: platforms, and I think they're gonna hate it. I may need to use like a group by. Yeah, and then they complain about this. So that's not the right way to do it. We do need to use and. I guess it considers that a short circuit value or operator. Yep, but then this is where we fail. Oh. Yeah, this is definitely where we would need a group by. It's almost like I should use an aggregate query. I feel like I was doing that somewhere. We could even just hard code these. Let me look at that. Oh, we might have stumped Gemini with this one. Yeah, I think we stumped Gemini. Well, this isn't bad, actually. Yeah, I still think aggregate is the right way. Yeah, I think a subquery is definitely not what I want to do here. I could do them as separate queries. That doesn't feel right, though. We can do it the naive way first. All right, so then if we hard code that, I don't like it. I feel like it's effectively the same. Yeah, no, I think a group by is probably still better, but with the group by, we wouldn't then get the all. Well, number one, they're not complaining about this, so it actually works still. So I'm willing to at least give myself a to-do. Yeah, I'm okay with the to-do there. All right, so then we go out to our keyword event controller, I believe. And then, yeah, totals here. So, yeah, theoretically, that would just print everything, but I don't think it does. We want to go into keyword event JSON, look at totals here, and yeah, this is where we end up doing this. I feel like that should work now. All right, so we are running the dev server still. Let's see, will it blend? Well, it doesn't die. All right, so that's the keyword itself. Here's totals. There we go. Yeah, that looks right to me. So then as we add to other platforms, we can just add that to the result. And what's up, Krasner? How you doing? Should we get the total value in there too? This might be one of our slower queries. It shouldn't be too bad. I feel like the total value is something we can check just on the client side. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And then, yeah, even like red, unread here might be good enough. Like total might not be necessary. Okay. So then, let's think about how we want to change the front end. I think it is going to be a use effect. It's going to be a separate use effect. All right, so we end up getting the keyword totals. We're not really tracking if it's our first one or not, though. Hmm. Yeah, so the problem I have with this is I want to track the initially fetched totals. Like I want to save that in some initial state. And then as we do the recurring fetch, if the totals value changes, then we know that we have new stuff and we want to prompt the user to refresh or something, right? Realistically, that's outside of the scope of what we're trying to do right now. Yeah, let's undo this. All right, the recurring fetch is a separate task. All right, so what we end up seeing here is we're looking at just the top level totals value. Before we even get to that part, we want the drop down of all the platforms we support. I'm not sure a select is actually what we're looking for. Oh, and yeah, so this isn't going to look that pretty, but we see it, right? Blue Sky Lobsters, Hacker News. We may want to hard code a map for those things, and I'm pretty sure we do have that map somewhere. Yeah. Which means we could even get the logo next to it and things like that. So yeah, platforms.filter I think would work. So let's do this. Platforms dot oh. All right, so we'll do object.entries of platforms dot filter. Little Uzi Park. Are we still using lit? At Get Kraken, we are using lit. Yep. I don't do a lot of web component stuff on my own time. I do think they have value. Vonage is using lit for their like headless utilities, which is cool. Yeah, I thought that was kind of nifty. I don't know if this is the best article, but yeah, they totally use web components to ship their like UI kind of stuff for doing like chat interfaces and things like that, which is kind of cool. But yeah, no, I don't use lit for anything myself. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's interesting to see how another company does it. And if that's not exactly it, it might be their SDK. But Vonage is using lit and web components in a significant way, which is kind of cool. That was like a workshop or whatever that I went to at Commit Your Code conference. Technically, I just had time to kill before my flight, and as you've seen, I've done a lot of web component stuff on my own before. But it was still cool to just listen in while I was working on my slides for the next conference I had to go to. Basically, I had to do a talk at Get Merge in San Francisco like 2 days later. So I was working on my slides during that talk. And that's failing because we need to update the values that we return. All right, so we do that part. I think it's on the keyword controller that we need to update a value that I forgot about. No, so we updated it. We just didn't. Oh, hold on. No, we didn't finish. All right, so now we need to rebuild the SDK. I think it's build dash SDK. Yeah. I mean, the Hacker News is already deployed. But if you're saying like the platform filtering, like this part, nah, we still got a little ways to go with that. But I would say, yeah, check out the Hacker News stuff if you want. I think we also fixed the duplicate item bug, right? The duplicate items was because some of the platforms we were catching like edits as separate events. So we've deduped that properly. Anything older may still have that issue. We just pushed that up within the past hour. All right, so argument of type string is not assignable to that when it should be. There we go. Yeah, so I think that cast is fine. Clearer than having to keep the other up to date. So then we get to platform details. Platform there I think is fine. Key is fine. But then here we want platform details. No? Oh, shit. Hold on. All right, so from there, boom, we got the label, and we should be able to do this now. Will it blend? But we're not quite done. We also want an option in there for all. So you'll try tomorrow. A lot has changed since you checked, but right now your bed is calling. Yeah, no worries. Unplug. Yeah, have a good night. Get some sleep. Yeah, exactly. Time to unplug. Boots. And I didn't need to do that. Okay, so for this one, we've got all three. Sure. Ooh, is there like an icon I should use for the all? What icon do we think would work? I don't think any of these work. Let's increase the size so we can see those. You're gonna go co-work, Huggo? Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for hanging out. And plus R, you just added audio playback for streams in your chat client. It's not very responsive though, but that's okay for you. Yeah, sure. Anyone got an idea for an icon I could use to signify all? If I type the word platform, nothing. Hamburger with the arrow going down? You're talking like this one, the arrow down, wide, narrow? I'd say it works. Biohazard. Ooh, there you go. Well, I kind of like that. Yeah, yeah, that's good. Um, right, so it at least starts that way. We probably want to at least do like an SR only label. You know what? We don't need their label class. Well, hold on. Let's just see what it looks like. Interesting. Yeah, we'll just do like a regular label. Okay, so do I have any advice for starting freelance? Generally, don't. As a freelancer, you have to wear every hat. Right? You have to wear the hats of the salesperson, of the project manager, of the lawyer that comes up with the contracts. Like, are you good at all those things? If not, you're going to burn yourself out really quick. What you could maybe do is check out Algora. Algora has these bounties that are worth checking. Yeah, freelancing sucks. Right? It's a race to the bottom almost every time. Yeah, yeah, and I get that. Maybe check out some of these bounties. See if they seem interesting to you. Then you're at least making some money for the side project stuff you're doing. Or like for just the extra work you're doing. All right, so for 2 grand, oh, well, that's interesting. Looks like it's a private repo. All right, some TS circuit stuff, though. Sevabar, pretty good dude. He runs TS circuit. We've seen him here in stream a bunch of times. Yeah, some of them don't seem like maybe they're paying enough, but I don't know. It depends on how much you care about the money. The more of these you do, the more you might be able to work out better rates with individual companies. Okay. Well, yeah, this might be a good option then. Yeah, like some of them definitely do not seem like it, like you're getting paid for your time properly. But some of the others don't look terrible. And I think you can filter by language too. What's like a filter? Let's do Elixir. How much Elixir stuff is there? Not too much, but still, it's there. That's kind of cool. Yeah, this is the one that's also like 404ing because they haven't opened up their project. So I think that one's tougher. Opened on May 17th, 2024. Yeah. They may want to pull these down. Interesting that it is still under highlight, even though they got acquired. It's called Algora. Very cool dudes that run it. Like, very cool. We have done a sponsored stream for them before, back when they were doing their like streaming platform. But yeah, I still think it's cool. And yeah, some of these companies you could contribute to. Seems kind of cool, actually. Yeah, I didn't even realize that Gitty was on here. I didn't realize that Gitty was Go code. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. All right, so then back to this part. Tiny Corp does bounties? What is Tiny Corp? Yeah, I've never heard of Tiny Corp. But Z.A. Shaw taught you about Gitty. Yeah, because he uses it. Yep. Tiny Grad. Oh, so that's GeoHot's thing, right? Maybe I'm mixing that up. Okay, it is. Gotcha. All low-level C stuff, but many are 1K plus. Oh, that's cool. Wait, what is Tiny Box? Oh, because yes, he wants to do his own like CPUs. Is this using his CPU? Okay, no, it's not on his custom CPU yet. What is with this scrolling? Fucking scroll hijacking bullshit. Okay, so latency wise, it's pretty fast, huh? Oh wait, hold on. Here it is. Oh, so a lot of these others just don't even include that value. That's interesting. So why does he say it outperforms these other things? Like, I'm not seeing that in the data. One hundred 92 gigs, though. Damn. Yep. Yeah, it makes sense, Bada. Only 25 grand, though, guys. No big deal. Oh, it's got four 5090s in it? Well, that would explain a lot. That would do it. Yeah, okay, that makes a little more sense. That makes a little more sense. All right, so let's keep going through this. We don't have a platform value yet. All right, so we start out on all. We're gonna do this too. Type. Let's call it platform filter. All right, so platform filter there. This as platform filter. Let me double check that. How are we doing the pagination? Yep. Yeah, so we're doing that. That's fine. Cool. So we see platform equals blue sky there. And hold on, real quick. Let me catch up on chat. So you tried fitting a local LLM onto your GPU. You see why 128 GPU makes sense. Can't fit any modes past 7B onto it, even though it's got 24 gigs of GPU RAM. Yeah, I don't know. I've got this Mac Mini that has the unified RAM. So yeah, I can squeeze some good shit on there. Because I got the 60, I think the 64 gigs. Now I can't remember. Yeah, 64 gigs of RAM. You've run 32B models on your 3090? It was slow, but it worked. And yeah, dude, the unified RAM is genius. Yeah, it's really good. Quen just dropped a 32B. Sure. And yeah, maybe check out the quantization. There is a place that does ranking of these things. I forget the name of it, though. Maybe LiveBench does it? We only see Quen 3 in there right now. Yes, this needs to be updated for Quen 4. All right, this is the one you were talking about? Yeah, I've heard good things from Quen. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, as far as like agentic coding average goes. Oh, Matthias, part GPU, part CPU. Interesting. Okay, so when it comes to the agentic coding, Sonnet still leads the pack. But damn, yeah, here you go. Quen looks like it's pretty close to top 10 for the reasoning average. Yeah, exactly, Bottom. I'm just saying like what we see right now anyway. I was just checking to understand it more. Damn, Quen nails it on the data analysis average though. Oh, I got you, Botto. Cerebrus is a shit company though. You should use any other platform. My reasoning for that is a bit petty. But now use whatever you want. I just wanted to talk some shit. Just more the way they treat people. Yeah, no, I just don't like the way they treat people. They allowed thousands of people to RSVP for an event that they only had 400 spots for. So they're turning people away at the door who drove possibly an hour or more to get there. It's just disrespectful, shady. Yeah, sounds about right. Things are going well. Yeah, we added lobsters and Hacker News. So now we're working on the page that users can filter by those things. Except it doesn't work. Hey, Chuck, thank you for the sub, dude. 3 months in advance, too? It's putting a lot of faith in me, which I appreciate. Thank you. All right, there we go. We're almost done there, I think. All right, so we go to events. We see all of them. 262, red, 4. So then if we go blue sky only, sure, the number increases a bit. We go lobsters, we got none. We go Hacker News, we got some too. Okay. So now the next step. Yeah, again, thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate it. Oh, it wasn't. I wanted HTML for. Brain fart. Can we not do a label for a select? Right, give it a little more space, maybe. All right, so then last thing I want to do is, as we're changing the platform, I want to show like the read and unread values for that platform. Ah. Okay, so they still hate that. What are the totals? So it does see the platform's value in there. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. There we go. So then, similarly, it gets just as gross over here. Like a glove. Man, feels pretty good to me. And thank you for the comment over there, Omar. Appreciate that. Might have been slow to respond to that one. Sorry. Oh, it's just a couple minutes ago. I think we're good. But yeah, dude. I'd say we nailed it on the filtering. I'd say we nailed it on the filtering. Like, yes, I know this is ugly. There's definitely a way we could clean that up, right? Between these two things with a function. But it doesn't really break the rule of threes yet. So we could leave it. Like, this page is getting way too big, and we should start abstracting out some components at some point. I think technically we've already done that a little bit, right? Like this component, keyword event. It's only ever used on this page, though. Let's make sure everything builds. Yep, looks okay to me. Let's push up the API first. All right, so we get that one up there. Let's just double check this. Yep, I like it. All right, hell yeah. So, dude, yeah, we knocked out some features today. I kind of think I still got some time. I'm going to go with a low-calorie meal tonight. Oh, didn't mean to do that, though. I'm going to start out with some bone broth. But I think we can also have ourselves a whiskey. What should we do next? Yeah, add platform filtering. Done. We didn't even mark it in progress. Just done. The lobster stuff, I think we got to wait till we get more lobsters events. I think email templates, we should be good, but I should test that more. Man, I'm thinking like Discord support might be next up on the list. Maybe Microsoft Teams too. So hold on. Nope, there was another feature. We'll add it to the backlog. On keyword events page. Periodically fetch totals and notify user to refresh when totals change. When total changes. Yeah. I don't know if we'll do that one immediately, but definitely an option. So, yes, real quick, let me go rinse out my coffee mug in which I'm going to do some bone broth. I did a bunch of chicken the other day. Maybe I should do beef today. And I should rinse my beverage glass too for a whiskey. I'm out of limes, but I'm also thinking I should probably just cut down on the limes anyway. Just calories I don't need. Though vitamin C wise, I should definitely make sure I'm keeping up on that. Because I did just get back from a trip. And there are filthy, filthy sick people that go to TwitchCon because they have no concern for other human beings. My God. Friday, the first day, was insane. Like, not the day itself, but, I like showered, went to the, did my thing waking up, and I get in the elevator, and it smelled like someone doused the inside of the elevator with armpit stench. Like they were like rubbing their arms on the walls and shit. Dude, yeah. The average game stream viewer or just chatting viewer, the worst. I know Comic-Con usually has like the Dove booth or whatever where it's like free deodorant for everyone. Why doesn't TwitchCon have that? Why doesn't TwitchCon have that? I would argue that TwitchCon needs it more than Comic-Con does. But anyway, let me go rinse these out. Give me just a second. That was the last song on the album, though. Does Synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? Because I don't think we played this yet today. Got the glasses rinsed out. Oh, yeah. Let's pour a whiskey. And yeah, don't call me Junior. Oh, yeah. We're making this Basil Hayden last a lot longer than we have in the past, which I'm proud of. I always forget that it's a Jim Beam, too. The water looks like it may be finished heating up. So let me go grab the bone broth real quick. And then yeah, let's keep hacking on some of this stuff. We got to think about what feature we at least want to start stewing on and building. So give me another sec. I'm gonna pour some bone broth. Alrighty, I'm back. Anyone ever eaten the bone broth stuff? Or not eaten, I guess drank it. It's pretty tasty. I think I add a little more water than I should, so it's not quite as like delicious, but at least like it absorbs a little better into the water. And I should have brought the packet. It's like 10 grams of protein or something like that. Maybe even more. For like a really minimal amount of calories. In fact, yeah, let me go grab this. I'm curious about the numbers right now. So give me a sec. Okay. So yeah, 50 calories. No fat. No cholesterol. 460 milligrams of sodium, which is not great, but not the end of the world. It's only 20% of your daily value. And yeah, 10 grams of protein. It just tastes like soup broth. So it's delicious. Alrighty, so we've got the bone broth poured. We've got some whiskey water poured. Let's double check this. Let's look at our production live dashboard. So we don't see any major upticks in query time, which is good. I think I always microwave the water for the bone broth just a little too much because it feels really hot right now. It is very hot right now. I should at least take a vitamin C. Okay. What are some of the next steps? And here's a thought. Who all here is willing to help me stress test this a little? I don't mean anything crazy, but if you could go in, sign up, start creating and adding things. I want to see what happens when we get a couple users in there. And let me know if you are doing it. That way, you know, we can tell. And if you guys don't want to, that's fine too. We got time. Damn, we saw at least one query spike up to 20 milliseconds. Yeah, let me start clicking around. Head to the dashboard, right? Elixir mentioned. Nice. Look at keywords. CM Griffing, not mentioned. How dare they? We got nothing on lobsters right now. Let's go back to the testing team. Nah, we wanted that one that low. Let's do a compound keyword. We'll say coding stream. Sure, why not? Oh man, Rust mentioned. Ah, shit. But I messed that up. We want Rust as a whole keyword. Man, I don't drink coffee, so I forget how well coffee mugs hold in heat. It'll take forever for this thing to cool off. Yeah, no, I don't drink coffee. I will every once in a while drink like one of those like store-bought glass bottle frappuccinos. But I drink that to clean out my system a bit without getting too gross. I mean, it depends. Sometimes I'll drink a Red Bull or something. Like if I have to wake up super early and I have a Red Bull on hand, I'll drink a Red Bull in the morning. In general, I just try to avoid it. I'll just drink water. I used to be sponsored by Rockstar Energy Drinks. Just, not big time. I was never on the website, but I got cases for free, and it was nice. Like on a regular basis, like over the course of at least a year. On two different occasions, actually, which is even funnier. But yeah, so I used to get free energy drinks. And I don't know, I just weaned myself off them. There was one brand I used to really like that I also got for free at one point called Chronic Energy Drink. It is the best tasting energy drink. It's like a grapefruit flavor. It's just super good. So yeah, it looks like Chronic Energy is discontinued. Yeah, this person's just a liar. Yeah, some of these are just terrible. Like, dude, reviews are the worst. What's up, Star Cannon? Well, we finished up two big features today, so now we're kind of like pacing ourselves, going a little slower. I'm thinking the next feature we want to work on is allowing people to integrate with Discord. That could be good. And what's up, ACM? How you doing? And what's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? I think Sentry at some point would be a good idea. Yeah, let's look at the backlog a bit too. I think YouTube listening would be tough. I think webhook notification support would be really good. I think, yeah, we'll move that up. I think Microsoft Teams would be good too. Do we think Teams would be more necessary than webhooks? Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we're going to do both eventually anyway. Yeah, so this one's canceled. I think scraping the articles that get linked to from some of these places goes way down in the list. But sentiment analysis could go up in the list. Yeah, I think Discord's probably the next one we need to do. So let's do that. So I've never made a Discord bot. This would be a bot, though, right? Oh, so they broke their linking. Fun. So let's look at this, right? Discord apps can be installed in two different contexts. They can be installed to a server by a user with the managed server permission. They can be installed to a user account. So yeah, we would do the server. But maybe we want, like, we'd want to scope it to a specific channel. So we've got Slack set up, but I would assume that Slack and Discord diverge pretty heavily in their API access. Yeah, let's look at this. The dev tools. Shit. So we don't see an Elixir one yet. Hmm. I think realistically, it would just be the REST API that we care about anyway. Wait, what are the calculators for? Permissions in Discord are tricky. We got smart people who made some permissions calculators. I don't know. Let's look at one. I saw finite reality and I was like, whoa, finite singularity? No, different person, different person. Oh, wow. So they do like just a straight up, just a single number represents the permissions. That's weird. It's got to be some kind of bit masking or something, right? So it looks to me like send messages might be the only one that we actually need. Because we don't need to do invites. We don't, like, I don't think we need to manage channels. Yeah, no. It would really just be part of the config. So if we look at the way these things work, well, that's an interesting post. Let me get more music going. Okay, so this is interesting. We see Y Combinator here. And we're able to comb the comments, but it seems like our post did not get combed properly. Because this should have made it into our list. So yeah, we've got a bug with that. Huh. But yeah, 9 minutes ago. Okay, so yeah, that part seems good at least. Yeah, it seems like our read and unread values can get out of sync. These guys must be talking about hockey or something. Huh. Yeah, okay. Interesting takes in the comments here. I keep getting distracted by them. But yeah. Yeah, back to the Discord thing. The thing I wanted to check was if we go to add a notification and we click Slack, it goes through to that. If we click email, we can enter the email field. I believe we'll have to do some kind of OAuth flow. But then what happens once the OAuth flow is done? So we're doing it with Slack, but Slack allows us to pick the exact channel. Right, and this is where we would select that and call it good. Yep. I was wondering what the hell the work Slack was doing. The work Slack sent me a message like right as I clicked that, and I thought something was really bad. So if I want a channel specific thing, I can get a specific webhook URL for it as a user, and that's a common pattern. Okay. So they would probably have that in their docs somewhere. Most apps you've seen handle the channel selection piece on their side if they don't want the user to deal with it. I do want the user to deal with it. What I was wondering is when we do the auth for the Discord, they would still like pick the Discord server through like the Discord OAuth or something, right? And then after that, we would maybe get redirected back and I could let the user pick from a list. And then we could just use the REST API to fetch that list. We probably need to be able to view a channel. Uh, hmm. Okay, so webhooks are a low-effort way to post messages to channels in Discord. They do not require a bot user or authentication to use. Oh. So that's almost exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, like what app would we want to test this with? Oh. Oh, so they'd have to copy and paste? Hmm. Okay. And what's up, not Millsy? How you doing? Oh, Coolify. Coolify is doing the Discord thing, huh? I wouldn't have thought of that. Okay. Hold on, let me see if this command is right. There you go. So that's the project we're working on. We're thinking about integrating with Discord. Yeah, we're gonna be going deeper than that. We are gonna want to do message components at some point. Slack definitely has that support. And that would be like the button to mark the message as read from inside of there. All right, so must have a Discord account and be a member of the Discord developer portal. Must also have a Discord application created. Must have the necessary permissions to send messages in the channel. All right, so let's go find the Discord developer portal. We were already there. We're logged in as myself, though. Where do I go sign up? Okay. So if I click applications, and then from here, dev@messijo.com. Oh, I need to register first, though. Oh, they're going to show it, though? Yikes. All right, 1 second. Let me just do this real quick. We'll generate a new one. Set that Firefox doesn't reset that. Fun. All right, I'll get one from LastPass instead. Date of birth. I don't know if that matters. All right, pick a thing made for sitting on. All right. So I should be able to show this again. And wait, what did you just remember, Brainless? Let's see. Ooh. Ooh. Neck pops. Oh, the app for playing with voice chat was called TeamSpeak? Interesting. I don't think I remember that. I might need to do it on this machine. Yeah, I do need to do it over on this machine. All right, let me do this one more again.
What does it do? What's it for?
Multi-factor auth time. Gotta let it expire. Here we go. Okay, cool.
Give him an enema.
Okay. So you wrapped up the macro that you were working on. It's basically a DSL in which you specify the steps on a pipeline, and it builds all the functions with the respective calls, deciding if it should use a library function or a default one, and wrapping each call with telemetry. Fun. All right, so what's this new application going to be? It's going to be Messijo testing. We'll just call it Messijo. Am I human? All right, so no user install. Ooh, that was a nice feature. I mean, you could be a tiny dancer. No, I don't know the reference. I pretty much only know the one song by the Killers. Was it in that one famous song? Their one famous song. They didn't have another. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You knew the one. Name another famous Killers song. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot about Somebody Told Me as well. Mr. Brightside's the only one. Come on. I think those others are just a psyop. I'm just having fun. If you like them, no worries. I like obscure, weird music. Yeah, as far as permissions go, okay, so we'd have to add redirect URLs. Sure. What does the redirect URL look like for Slack? Let me double check that. Yeah, so Slack, we don't need to do that, right? Slack just does signing secret, client ID, and app ID. I know we have the Slack stuff set up somewhere, though. Ah, okay. So yeah, it would basically be that. All right, so we are going to be a non-public client, so that part's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure what other OAuth 2 permissions we would need. I don't even think we need to read. Like, maybe this is reading the list of channels? I don't care about reading the members. I do think we need bot permission, maybe. It needs to be able to send a message. It is a guild install, yep. View channels, there we go. That would be a big one. And then theoretically, if we did that, that would be that. The permissions calculator thing is super weird. But, yeah, looks like we're pretty good there. Okay. I don't see a save button. So we're good on that for now. If we look at the bot, this is where we'd want to do some logo stuff. It is a public bot. I do think we need the code grant. Yeah, so it's just view channels, send messages. That's all we need from that. But I don't think we need to save anything. Well, let's try clicking around. Okay. So then webhooks. Got it. Okay. Got it. But we can't configure multiple webhooks? Huh. So we'd basically want to create an application per server at this point. Just because we'd need to handle the webhooks separately. All right. Yeah, I think we got a good point. It's like 7:30. I should probably be wrapping up. I do want to play maybe some games tonight. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I think we'll resume our Wednesdays and Sundays off schedule. And yeah, exactly, Alan. Yeah, permission bits, like crazy stuff. Yeah, Discord does some shit. It's interesting. I haven't made a Discord bot before, but yeah, I think we're getting there. So our next step will be finishing up the Discord integration. We will do that on Thursday. And yeah, I think we should be good. So let me figure out who we go raid. Because, yeah, the music ended. It was a good time. I think it's like proper timing. Who is streaming that we should go raid into? I do see Z.A. Shaw. Is that it, Dr. Cudley? I did not know that. Okay. Okay, so we see Slyborg doing some Hack the Box or something like that. Not sure. Oh no, Minecraft. Never mind. Okay. Z.A. Shaw doing some C++ game dev. He's looking at Lottie right now. Curious about why. We see Hack Smarter going. Haven't seen them for a while. Oh wow, J-Beers. Haven't seen J-Beers in ages. Let's go raid Zed. Oh wait, we hear him. 1 second. That is not the right Brave browser. Well, yeah, my audio settings are all sorts of borked. Yeah, whatever. So, yep, we can hear him right now. I don't know how to fix that at the moment, but we will rate him. Oh, it was a quote from the Social Network. Oh, when they're doing the like the interview hacking thing. Oh, no, it's when he's doing the he's like walking out of class. Yeah, I remember that part now, Dr. Cudley. All right, so we're going to go raid Z.A. Shaw. And yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. And what's up, Robotic Head? I will be able to game on Saturday. So, yeah, we'll be gaming this weekend as long as you're around. And if not, well, it'll happen eventually. But yeah, so people on the YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. I'm going to end the YouTube one first. So later, YouTube. Have a great rest.